USD 230 Board of Education. We will start with the roll call. Mrs. Henderson.
Mrs. Horn.
Here.
Mr. Chitwood.
Here.
Mrs. Milius. Here. Mr. Ewing. Mrs. Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Hull.
Here.
Mrs. Baker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Moving on to approval of the agenda. I'd entertain a motion for that.
Madam President, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Okay, Mrs. Henderson, please click the vote.
Mr. Chitwood.
Yes.
Mrs. Milius. Yes. Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Hull.
Yes.
Mrs. Baker.
Yes.
Mrs. Horn.
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, moving on, we like to begin all our meetings with the reading of our mission and vision statements to keep those things in the forefront of everything we do here at this meeting. So our mission is to be a school district that engages students to learn, create, adapt, and succeed in an ever-changing world. And our mission is to maintain small town values and empower each student to achieve world-class success. So moving on to public participation.
No cards were presented.
Okay. Moving on to good news, recognitions, and announcements. Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, we're going to do our monthly video here in just a minute from Spring Hill Elementary. But first, I did want to say, even though we are into our summer months, a couple things that I think definitely deserve some shout outs and kudos that occurred at the end of our school year had to do with the fact that both our varsity baseball team at Spring Hill High School, as well as our varsity softball team at Spring Hill High School, both teams advanced to the state tournament in Wichita, Kansas, where the varsity boys ended up in second place in a very tough, hard-fought game, and the varsity girls actually finished in third place. Some highlights also that we had on the softball team. Their overall record was 28-3. They were Frontier League champions, which made them league champions 3 out of the past 4 years. And we also had this marked their 4th straight state tournament appearances, with their total in school history being 12. And while they had 28 total wins, 24 of those did come in the regular season. Some all league honors. They had 3 first teamers, an infielder, a pitcher, and an outfielder, Maya January, J. Lee White, and Ellie Ruffin. And then they had 2 second teamers, Blair Summer, an outfielder, as well as Nora Burrell, who was a utility player. And then honorable mention to Olivia Fraley and Emma Reeves. So again, congratulations to the varsity girls softball team for their continued success. And then on the baseball side, we also had the baseball team finish second. Their overall season record was 19-9. They really played well at the very end of the season. They were regional champions, not only this year, but also last year as well. And this was the one of the repeated times that they've been, to the state tournaments. Just like the softball team, they had several members that were received some honors in the league. First team infielder was Holden Lauf, and then Holden Miller as an outfielder in the second team. Keaton Neal, honorable mention to Caden Stewart, Calvin Mead, and Keaton Neal. And then also we want to give a shout out. The state track team also had numerous athletes that qualified for state. And we did have one student, Margot Todd, that was an actual state champion in the discus. So again, congratulations to Margot for that. So a lot of students represented USD 230 very well at the end of the school year. So I wanted to highlight those. And then our video this month is, again, what was going well at the end of the year there at Spring Hill Elementary School.
What's going well at She's is so many things. We have our student lighthouse team who has really led a lot of our events. We have an event coming up on Thursday, our last day of school, which is our end of year celebration. We are looking forward to having the parents here and the students here, really celebrating what we've done this year. Our PLCs are going great. We have a lot of our groups that are really worked well together.
We had a great Fit Fest this year. All of our kids loved everything that went on, and our vendors did great. They had rock climbing walls. They had the firefighters did a great thing for our kids. They had an obstacle course for them. We had some games that they just like some bags and some karate and all sorts of things for our kids to do at Fit Fest this year.
What's going well at Spring Hill Elementary, you ask? Well, I think one of the top things is first Lego League. We have 2 teams this year, thanks to the Spring Hill Rotary for funding our teams. But we got to go to competition this year because of them, and we get to form 2 whole new teams next year.
We've been working on conflict resolutions with our kids to help them solve problems with their peers.
Today, we get to celebrate with Kona Ice. They have reduced their discipline referrals by using the conflict resolution strategies we've been teaching all year long. Our student lighthouse team got to come up with a celebration once they set their goal. They've been tracking it all year in the classrooms and building wide. And so that was their reward they wanted, and we made it happen.
And that's my good news recognitions and announcements.
Very good. Okay. Moving on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes, clerk's report, treasurer's report, payroll and claims, personnel, Hilltop lease termination, teaching and learning curriculum purchase. Does anybody have any last minute questions, or would someone like to make a motion?
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, moving on, we have one action item at this point in the agenda, and it's for the Spring Hill High School band uniform purchase.
Yes, last month, Mr. Bartley from the Spring Hill High School Director of Bands came and shared some information, and he is at this time here this evening as well. And would like to, do you want to come up again, Mr. Tristan and Mr. Bartley as well, and give us any new information, or just kind of give us a summary once again of what you're, I think you might, did you up the order, the quantities, and if you got any new information in terms of timelines, and that would be fine to share if you'd like to come forward and
I
do.
think he's going to want you to speak into the microphone just for posterity's sake, I guess.
All right, there's been no significant changes. We upped the order to 150, which I think is probably spot on with our proposed numbers. And the price has stayed the same since last month and things like that. So other than that, there's been no adjustments. I know I just sent in the final mock-up of what the uniform would look like a couple days ago, but other than that, it's about the same.
And these will be for fall of 2025.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, it'll be 9 to 11 months production time.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Does anybody have any last minute questions on that approval? Okay, we just need a motion to approve. And anybody else can make
I
motions.
don't have to do that. They can.
No, they can. But he's so good at it.
But Madam President, I move to approve making our band look awesome in the motion, action item 8.01.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is that specific enough?
Move for approval. I move to approve 8.01.
That's perfect. Stated. Okay.
Second,
Okay, it's been. moved
second
and-
for a second time.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, would you please collect the vote?
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, moving on to discussion items. Thank you, Mr. Bartley, for being here, and
You guys so much.
we'll be looking forward to waiting with bated breath to watch that
Can't wait.
whole thing in a whole year from now. So moving on to discussion items, Spring Hill Education Foundation Golf Tournament update. I see Mr. Harris is here. And
Yes, as you know, the Spring Hill Education Foundation is very instrumental in supporting a lot of initiatives within the district for our teachers, as well as, our the awarding of scholarships every year. They also recently underwent, some restructuring in the foundation in terms of the leadership. And that leadership has been in place a little bit less, about 6 months and less than 6 months. And Mr. BJ Harris is the director of the foundation, Education Foundation, and he is going to give you a brief rundown of how this year's golf tournament, which is at this point in time, one of the primary fundraisers that the foundation engages in, as to how that went, because again, it did take a lot of individuals and coordination to pull that event off, and he'll give you a highlight of that. Mr. Harris.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to come present on the Spring Hill Education Foundation. We're doing a lot of good stuff. We're continuing to maturate a little bit as we have made that transition with leadership outside of school personnel. I think so far so good. We're really excited about the communication department getting fully staffed and reconnecting in that way with Stephanie and her staff as she gets those onboarded. So looking forward to that piece of it, which has been missing here for the first 6 months of this transition. But we were able to go through with our golf tournament, and it was a good success. And we have had just good support from the folks here in this room. I know a few of you volunteered. Mrs. Milius, Mrs. Mitchell volunteered on all day long and stood out there and drummed people for money. So we appreciate that. I told them, I think the last thing they hear from me is fundraising is shameless. And that's true. And then I do want to recognize Doug Schwinn. He has been incredible through the transition. It's really been nice to have somebody who understands the financials, certainly, but also understands our organization and why we exist, and what that time that he has to put in that y'all are paying him for on Chef, and how valuable it is to the long-term health of our organization. And I think in turn, the health of the district. And so he knows it. I've told him personally, but I wanted to tell him in front of his bosses. The golf tournament this year, right now, as we crunched all the numbers and Doug was working on that hard, was the best golf tournament we've ever had. And so just ahead of 2022 by a little over $1,000. And so from a net profit standpoint, $27,921 was our net after we paid for the golf and paid for the food and all the good expenses that come with putting on an event. A day of activities, which include return prize money, was about $8,000. And that was some of the course activities we did, which is, I call it gravy, but that's the place that we can be shameless a little bit. And the weather, and I think just a general sense of good feelings was just on the course, and people, I think, were feeling generous. We've got really good partners, good corporate partners who understand the value of committing to an education foundation. And so I'm happy and excited to grow those partnerships through our corporate partnerships. That's where a good chunk of our players come from. We put 137 golfers on the course. We gave out $22,000 in scholarships, 11 really, really cool kids. I think I said this probably on the day of, but if those kids are any indication of which they are, a great indication of what we're turning out here in Spring Hill schools, history, the future is bright for all of us. Everybody's distracted like a bunch of kids with the fire trucks outside. BJ's talking here. On a broadcast, I never know whether people are actually listening to me. I'm guessing they're not. They're probably distracted by the, and it's Holden Luff, by the way. I pronounced that poor kid's name half the football season wrong. So he corrected me. I was happy to see that. We're still working to set next year's date, but it'll be probably in that early May timeframe. A few changes, like I said, we're looking to maybe make a few changes to our corporate partnerships, which shouldn't affect the golf tournament much, but it will affect some of those corporate partnerships. I think we need to look at raising more money to give more scholarships. We've got more kids. We had 38 kids apply. We gave out 11. Certainly way more than 11 were qualified. I had a few of those Dear John conversations with kiddos who were certainly deserving. We just didn't have the chunk of money we wanted to. And so we're going to look at hopefully raising that and making more of an impact on the scholarship side of things. Expanding the raffle, that was a nice addition beyond the silent auction, about $1,000 more raised in a raffle than versus what we've done with the silent auction. And so we're going to look at expanding on that, maybe getting some larger items, and then really looking to develop that golf committee. This year, because of some of the transition and some of the way the golf tournament had been executed, there wasn't a real strong golf committee that like there had been in the past. Just from a history standpoint for new board members, that's how the Education Foundation started, was as a golf tournament alone. And that's all they did was just raise money and gave out scholarships. And then obviously as the district grew, those needs grew. And full disclosure, we're not where we need to be as far as the size of this district and where the Education Foundation should be. And that's where we're looking to grow and hoping to grow. And I know a lot of big things and great things coming from y'all. And so as those ideas come and ways that you can utilize the Spring Hill Education Foundation, I really want to keep that conversation going. And you've got, one of the big things we've done is been able to fill in our board. We had some vacancies because of health issues, some moves. And we're adding some really dynamic people that are going to be fired up to get out there and work on your behalf in the community. And so we just want to be able to find the projects and the things that we can do to make a big impact for the school district. And so with that, I'll answer any questions you have about the golf tournament or Education Foundation. And
Anybody have any questions?
I'll
I
be
don't,
back.
but I just want to thank you for your leadership and for taking this on. Because I think that you're right. There's a lot more that can be done, and appreciate having somebody in there with a good track record for running a good nonprofit. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this organization should be ran by the community. It should be operated and supported through community efforts. I know the way it was operated as a school with school staff was the way it kind of was built, but I think as we go, that's going to be the direction we're headed with it. And so we just need your support as we continue to do that, and then be ready for us to bring some things. And once we get these board members fired up, who knows what'll happen? That's my job, I guess, too. So,
Very good.
thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Apologize if I don't stick around.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on to scorers table purchase with, I guess, Mr. Freegun's coming up.
Yeah, and Doug and I will kind of tag team this. But we are looking at purchasing a new scorers table for our main gym. So this is original to the high school, I believe. So 2007. So we're looking at a 17-year-old scorers table that we've been using for all of our events there in the main gym. So we are looking at and proposing that we purchase the one that's seen here that is an actual adds a little more video. It adds some things that obviously we're not able to do right now. And so it has some kind of dynamic things that I think will be pretty cool. That'll add just kind of a different atmosphere to it. There's one other school I know of in the league, Tonganoxie, has one of these when they built their new gym. They opened up last year. So we are looking at the 6-seat scorers table. That's also another reason we're looking to upgrade. We are adding a shot clock next year. That's an option for next year for basketball that the host site determines. We already did have shot clocks in our gym. We're working on getting those operational, but we did already have those in our gym. And so we will need another person at our scorers table for basketball specifically. But do want to point out, this isn't just for basketball. This will be also used for volleyball, for wrestling. So we can use it for a variety of different events. And again, a good way to be able to showcase some kids and what they're doing during games. Also something that we're looking to do. It's in preliminary talks, talking to Catherine Hapke and also with Anna Manning, is getting kids involved to be able to run this. It does come with its own laptop. So been in discussion with Phil, talked about with electrical, with Kylie. So I think at that point, then being able to turn this over to some kids as well, to give them something to do as we grow, as we continue to grow. And we do unfortunately have to cut kids from basketball teams. So it's just another avenue to be able to give them an opportunity to be able to be a part of different events. So, and that's the same for, again, volleyball, wrestling, for all those different events.
So a couple of questions.
Yep.
One, just looking at this picture.
Yeah.
Is that like kind of part of the idea that when you do like starting lineups, you
Yes.
flash pictures and stuff,
Yeah.
but not sing walk-up songs and all that kind of thing?
Well, walk-up songs would be baseball. So like if we wouldn't do, yeah, it's a separate, thing, but we can program it to do a lot of different things as far as starting lineups with 3-point shots, with different things like that during the game.
And do you see this being like some kind of a, maybe where you could bring in some income with advertising and that sort of thing, or not?
For sure.
necessarily quite?
And we didn't go there yet. And I know.
And you don't have to, I'm just.
With BJ just talking, and
Yeah.
actually should have made him stay, but we are in talks as far as trying to be able to kind of unify as far as some of our corporate sponsors and doing some different things with businesses. And so it definitely has that capability. And we want to make sure we're not just doing it singular, but also for all our different programs. But so it'd be a part of that. Yeah.
Well,
Moving forward.
To me, it looks great. And I think this is a much better alternative than doing the big scoreboard, like one school district that we go to that flashes big videos of all the kids
yes.
and takes like 30 minutes to do the starting
Yeah,
lineup.
we're not going to do that. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
the other thing that we kind of discussed real briefly in our agenda review meeting is that some items like this, the cost of them has gone up significantly. And so that's why they come before the board, because of the cost threshold,
Mhm.
where this is already budgeted out of your school budget, I'm assuming, or it's coming out of a certain fund. And
there's a couple options there, but capital outlay would definitely be an approved option, and we've got a pretty healthy balance there. If we wanted the high school to pay part of it, they could, but my thought was capital outlay.
okay.
So,
Anybody else have any other
yeah,
questions?
so I just want to make sure. So Sharon, it's not coming out of the high school budget. It's going to come out of,
It can if you feel it should. I just know that when we built the building, a scores table is part of the equipment you put in the building, and it's time to replace it. And to me, it felt more capital outlay. But if you feel like you want them to have some skin in the game, I mean, I know Clay offered up front that they would pay towards it if we decided. And I said, well, I kind of feel like it's capital outlay, but that's negotiable.
okay, thank you.
And I like Doug's answer, so that we went with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully
Well-
you too. Yeah.
Well, and this is
This is just a discussion item now. So, I
Right.
mean, we could ask, I guess, for what, go ahead. John,
well,
sorry.
well, and my question kind of was the follow-on to when we're bringing in revenue, where does that money go? Because that to me answers the question. If, for me personally, if it comes out of the school budget, then you keep your advertising revenue. If it comes out of the capital outlay budget, in my world, it goes back to the capital outlay because that's where the item came from. That's just me personally, but there you go.
So maybe, whatever you guys, if you could come up with a plan of how it's gonna be paid for so that we know
Yeah.
that before we approve it, that would be, I would request that, I guess.
Well,
I don't know how everybody else feels.
Yeah, and my same following question was, when we were making money, where does that money go? And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe that's
My
not-
first answer would be back to the kids. So like anything that's gonna come in, it goes back out. We're not here to make money. I'm not here to like hold on or to money.
And that's not where my question's
Right,
going. I don't think you're doing that. I
Yeah.
think it's who's making the decision and which
Yeah.
kids is the
Right.
question,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And that, I don't think that necessarily has to be determined before we do the purchase of
no,
the scoreboard.
Right.
Yeah, just something to think about.
Well, and
I
I
think that goes for all, and that whole thing with talking about with Chef and how we can really try to bring together all our different corporate sponsors under some one thing and figure out how that money can be, or where that money needs to go.
Yeah.
So really for you, Doug, I think is the question of capital outlay versus the school, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that there was going to be a choice there. And my only concern would be on the high school side of things, right? That comes out of the budget that's managed by the administration there. And if it's coming out of the high school budget, does that mean something else might suffer?
No, I think we're actually looking at the activity fund budget,
Right.
not necessarily the building budget. So
Okay.
yeah, nothing as far as classroom goes would suffer because of this.
Or any of the other activities, or, I mean, it really wouldn't, it's not gonna pinch you, is it, Clay, to come out of?
Depends on how much how much we're able to work out an agreement.
Yeah, okay.
Full bill, it would pinch for,
Yeah.
you know, if we can work out something, then that would.
Well, I don't,
Be an
I
option
would
as
just
well.
suggest that we don't do anything that pinches the kids. And if there's any money generated as a result of this, it goes back to the kids. That's
Yeah.
what it's about,
Yeah.
right? So.
But I liked the activity funds budget. And this is an activities purchase that for me makes sense in understanding where our tax base is going to. And it all comes out of the same pot. I mean, how we get the money doesn't
I think
really matter.
you
It's
guys can work that out and just
Okay.
let us know.
Well, and real,
Doesn't the like we pay for pads, we pay, like that all comes out of the district, right? Does the track equipment, that just came out?
Track equipment, I believe we did take out a capital outlay, but there are some equipment that comes out of the activity fund budget. Clay would have a better idea of those.
I mean, it gets to a threshold where if it's so much, then we talk to Doug and be able to figure out, but I mean, yeah, for the lower priced items, we take care of that as far as within our activity budget.
Right, but the bulk
But-
of the equipment for the sport comes out of.
Oh, yeah, the uniforms, I mean, when we opened Forest Spring Middle School, you know, all that was district purchase.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
and I,
Because they wouldn't have any money to spend.
all the basketball games that I attended, I sat apparently on the wrong side because I was behind the scorers table. What are you currently using? Isn't it just a church table and there's like 4 or 5 chairs squeezed up against it?
Well, we have an actual scores table that's backlit, but it's fairly old right now, and it says Spring Hill Broncos, and
Oh, it does?
yeah, it does say. Spring
So, but if you're sitting behind it, you don't see that?
Yeah.
If you were sitting on the right side, you would see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions about this? Sorry to belabor.
No, good.
where's the old scores table going?
It's something I talked about was potentially even keeping it for some of our lower sub varsity. We have one for the Ox Gym as well. There's just sometimes when we set up, I got to be able to kind of visualize, see what the new one will be able to fit. I'm thinking volleyball when we're putting both nets down, and we still need. Sometimes we just use regular tables in that case to be able to do it. So we could actually use that then for that to be able to make it all work, as long as we can find storage area. And this one does come apart right at the middle. So it's really 6-foot sections, which is nice. And then we won't need a full 12-foot section to be able to store.
Very good. Okay. Here's what I found.
Thank you.
I don't know.
I got that
Sounds
off.
good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
One more question. Did you negotiate a deal? Because
Yeah, we
the
gotta-
dollars don't line up.
Right. Well, in that price, we got a better price. Yes.
Way to go.
All right. Yes, we tried. Yes. That's right. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to district facility use fees. Oh, with the scores table, will we bring that back for the next meeting or what? Yes, next meeting? Okay.
Well, I was just going to ask the question is if we don't have any oppositions, can we just say it'll come back in the consent so we don't go through
Oh,
this
yeah, I think,
all again?
I think
I'm-
consent agenda would be fine.
Does anybody have any objections to it?
And
going
if
back?
we could get a message in the Friday notes of how it's going to be funded or where it's going to come out of.
ETA.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
Delivery.
that'd
That
be
way.
great. Okay.
Save you some time.
Yeah, I think the ETA those for next fall, they'll have it ready for the fall
Volleyball.
sports.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, moving on to 9.03 district facility use fees. Dr. Luttrell.
Yes, Mr. Colley is here and he's on the facility use fees. These are the fees. Again, they have, their policy says they have to be put forth annually. And so these are the fees. We have no changes in the fees in terms of what the fee structure was from last year. As of the discussion last year, we still have some effort underway to possibly make some things with our outdoor facilities available on a very limited basis. We're trying to look to see if we can, hire someone that might be, do a lot of that responsibility. And then we're also continuing to work with Spring Hill Rec, and hopefully we can come to some agreement on a few events that they would like to use our high school facility for that we haven't been able to in the past, but we're still ironing those particular aspects out. And so that's what you have there. So then Mr. Delphi is here if you have any.
So
you want
for
to add?
this coming school year, foreseeing no changes. And then this is something that we have to approve every year?
The policy says that they have to be provided to you all so that you all know what the rates are and that.
Okay, but do we have to formally approve them too?
You will,
You-
yes, you will. Not tonight,
It
but
says
you
you
will.
have to review it. is all.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so if there's no formal approval process, I would suggest that if you have comments on this, that we get them to Dr. Luttrell. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have lots of questions. I think that we should discuss it now.
Okay,
So.
go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
So and I say that because this was a hot item for me last year. And I will, I think one question I have is that I had some coaches say that the facility rental fees went down, that they were being charged less, but you're telling me there are no changes.
Yes, that's for the coaches. That we made a deal with the coaches only. This facility use fee schedule, there's nothing in there for about the coaches in particular for them doing for camps. Their summer camp, so what we did make a deal with the coaches, we significantly reduced their charges this year to use the high school facilities for their camps.
Gotcha. But that's not reflected in here. Is that what you mean?
Or has that ever been reflected in this document? I guess.
I don't
doesn't
believe
sound
it
like
has.
Oh, I
Well,
thought that it was.
I guess you could make the argument that it could be. And so and here's the reason why, is because when the coaches are doing their camps, they're an individual person doing the camp and they're getting all the funds to themselves. So really you could say they are a part of this facility use fee since they are their own entity, their own organization doing it and recouping all the funds. So yeah, you could say that.
So I think that was my concern last year, was how we were classifying certain groups that used our facilities and why some were classified here and some were classified differently. And so that was one thing that, is Dr. Robinson here? I thought Dr. Robinson was working on through the last one full year, is clarity there, along with more detail on who and when facilities could be used. So to be honest, I'm a little disappointed that there's just been no change after a whole year, when that was last year at this time, that was the promise.
Well, and let me back up a little bit, because this is just the fees we're talking about here.
Sure.
I am working on the whole facility use policy as a whole. That's gonna come back, because in order for us to do anything with the public using the facilities at the high school, or even Spring Hill Rec using the facilities at the high school, we've got to make a change to the facility use policy. So that is coming.
Gotcha.
I'll be working on that. I can't promise you when it's gonna come. I've got so much going on this summer with all the projects and the RFQ for the architect and strategic use. I've got so much on my plate. So I promise we will get something in front of the board that's gonna reflect the changes. It will have something about coaches in there too, using the facilities as well.
So until that comes, we're just kind of status quo, like keeping it the way it is. Okay, other than decreasing the fees for coaches,
That's
which they
correct.
were very excited about.
Yes,
Okay. Okay, so I think a lot of this, you're telling us that it'll kind of align once that policy comes.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay,
oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
I have a little question, which is, kind of given, I don't think these have changed in several years, these charges, am I right? So my question is, do these charges, reflect our true cost to providing these things? Does it, for example, when we look at a custodian, I imagine we're out with salary and benefits probably pretty close, if not more than $35 an hour. And so I'm looking for the hard truth of no, we're charging this at a discount. We're not really covering our costs. We're being, good citizens. I hate to be the capitalist of the room here, but we gotta cover our expenses at least.
I'd say you're correct on that. We probably are not covering the total cost of use, so. And that's,
Which we're government and, there's some room there, but kind of how far we're not covering our costs is kind of my question. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
I'm not sitting here saying we need to make money doing this, but I feel we should be limiting how much money we do lose doing this. So, and I don't know the true scope. Mr. Schwinn, you might tell me, don't worry about it. It's all kosher.
It would take some effort to calculate it out, but I would say we're covering at least 80% to 90. When I see $35 an hour, I don't think we have any custodians on staff making $35 an hour. And I know sometimes that falls under overtime, which is a higher rate, but
yeah, there's overtime and then electrical use and other things like that. So to consider. Yeah, but part of the other challenge is it's hard to get people.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm going, which is, do we still have 6 non-staff contract workers on the custodial staff, or has that number gone up or down?
It's gone. I've got 17 open positions currently.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. And I've had to turn away people for facility use because I just don't have anybody to cover it. I mean, that's just where we're at. So the hired out custodians has gone up tremendously and they want to charge an arm and a leg if they're going to do facility use and have to manage that, which I don't think they really could, to be honest. There's a language barrier there. They would charge a lot.
And that's kind of where I'm going, which is, we're pulling our good people off. And again, I get back to, and I factor in benefits and everything else. I know we're not paying 35, but when it's all said and done, I think we're probably pretty close to 35. So just posing that out there to my fellow members and to you.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe not this year, but maybe next year we need to increase these.
Yeah.
Well, so that policy is a key piece of this, that we're going to need to move forward with the policy, I'm assuming at least by this fall sometime. And the other thing that we need to keep in mind with this is that when the facilities are not being used, there is kind of a expectation from the community that things that aren't things that can be easily damaged or whatever, that you have that available for community use, whether they have with a fee involved. But yeah, I would agree that we don't want to lose money on it. Does anybody else have anything else they want to throw in here on the discussion side? So are you sure?
I promise.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll bring it back. We'll work on something and bring the whole policy back as a whole and open that up for discussion, and we'll work it out and get something approved. So.
Okay, sounds great. And go ahead.
I do want to add again that over the past of this entire past school year, Kylie has worked extensively with myself, Dr. Robinson, as well as the Spring Hill Rec Commission to try and make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what their needs are, what have been some barriers that have prevented us from meeting all of their needs in the past. And we've said we've had their attorneys look at some of the common language in the actual policy that deals with the rec in terms of what the expectations are. And that's what Kylie was referring to, that hopefully in the near future, we'll have that to bring back. Because again, I do think that, well, yes, we definitely want to serve as many people as we can without overextending ourselves. We definitely want to strive to the extent possible to definitely work with the rec association. And that relationship, I can definitely tell, has definitely been enhanced this past year with just the continual communication that Kylie has extended and Mr. Peel have been very responsive to.
And just a note on the coaches piece too. I mean, I think most of these coaches, from the experience that I've had with people, is they do these individually, but they put a lot of that money back into their program. So it's something that and the kids coming are future kids for the program. So it's really things that we can do to help the future. Clay, you might have an opinion on that, but the future of our programs in our community. So I don't, whatever you guys work out with them, I think is great. So anybody else have anything okay. Thanks, Kylie.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to property, casualty, work and workers' compensation rates for fiscal year 2025. It looks like we have some folks here with us tonight. So Dr. Lickman.
Yes, annually, again, it's important that we make sure that we have adequate coverage for property liability, especially with all of our facilities, as well as, our employees' workman's comp rates. And so that industry continues to evolve, and your rates are basically going to effect with the new fiscal year. And so Doug kind of spearheads that, and the Elliott Group is here this evening to share some of the information they have in terms of rate information for upcoming school year, and we hope it's positive.
Well, sit down. No, we actually hope it's negative.
Oh, okay. You want
I'll turn it over to you, Jay. You can have the floor.
Tonight, we want to thank you. I'm Jay Hastert. I've been with the Elliott Group about 17 years. And with me tonight's Rick Elliott, the owner of Elliott Insurance Group. He's here tonight, and he's been in the business 40 years now. So we'd like to start out by thanking you guys for your business the past, I believe, 5 years now. 4 years. It's been 4 or 5. Yeah.
I was thinking it might be 6, so I have to go back.
But we'd like to thank you guys for your business. We hope that we've met your expectations for service and taking care of your district. You're a fast growing district, so you're a busy account for us, trying to make sure we stay on top of things, because one of the things we don't want to do is have a discussion at claim time that we forgot to put something on a policy or something's not insured. So tonight we'd like to start out, and I just want to talk to you. I'm going to focus, unless you want to go through some more detail, but I'm going to focus on the property market, which is really what's driving everything. I'll talk just a little bit about the auto, and I'll talk about the work comp, and then we'll go right straight to the premium. Feel free to interrupt me, ask any questions you want. Rick and I are happy to answer them. So
just not trying to interrupt you, but this is just a discussion item, so we're not expected to vote on anything. So, but we may have some questions.
Correct. Well, first of all, what I'd like to do is I'm going to start out. I want to apologize to Doug and superintendent and the board that we got our quote just late. It was late last week that we got it. And for some reasons, the Spring Hill District caused a glitch in the technology system at EMC.
Wow.
And it took them about a week and a half to figure out how to quote your account. So I don't know what was going on. We haven't heard why, but I think we got it, Thursday or Friday?
Thursday, and then, yeah.
So we'll spend some time with Doug in between the discussion tonight, but we're still looking at it. We're still looking for ways that we can help, strengthen your coverage. And if we can save a little bit of money, we'll do that. So, but we just literally got it from EMC, and it was all due to a glitch in the technology system. So with that, I'd like to start out and just tell you a little bit. So the market conditions for the insurance industry have been challenging for about the last 3 or 4 years, and we're in what's called a hard market. And the hard market is being driven by several factors. One of the main factors has been the storms that we have and the catastrophes that are happening. There seems to be more and more storms in different areas of the country. For example, you know, we have a lot of tornadoes, wind and hailstorms in the Midwest, Oklahoma, Texas. Well, now, you know, they're having them up in South Dakota and Nebraska, and even Iowa had a really bad storm. And Alabama and some of those areas are getting some of these storms, and the storms seem to be getting more severe. So meaning there's more damage and they're more of a radical type of storm that causes severe damages. Coupled with that is ever since we've come out of COVID, we've been experiencing in our country, and you all are familiar with this, we've been experiencing inflation, serious inflation, not only in labor costs, but in material costs. So when roofs, and I'm going to use a house roof, but roofs that might have cost $10,000 or $15,000 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago to fix now are costing $30,000, or, you know, they're multiple times higher. And the companies did not anticipate that. They didn't see that coming this quick. They didn't see inflation happening, and then the severity of the storms. So the markets has basically gone straight up here in the last 3 or 4 years. With that, being in the Midwest, we are always at a disadvantage. A lot of companies don't like to write rooftops in the Midwest because we have the tendency to have the wind and hail and the tornadoes still. And so the number of markets, when you narrow it down to schools, is very slim. I'm aware of about 4 markets. EMC, who's been in it for 30 years at least, and they're about the only company that stayed in it. You've got the pool that is out there now. I don't think it's called the KSB pool, but it's the pool who started up about 6, 7 years ago and is trying to get a foothold. And then you had some one-offs out there. You had a company called Wright Specialty. We had a company called Gladfelter. We've had a company, Chubb kind of plays in the market a little bit. And then Travelers was in the market, but they're not writing anything new, particularly in the Midwest. But they still insure some of your districts to the north. So, but they've got some challenges up there also. So we took it out to the market, and we met with Doug, probably back in November, told him we knew what was coming. EMC had warned us what was coming in the market. And so we had a meeting tried to get schools to join on a Zoom meeting and try to explain to them what was going to happen. And basically what was happening is rates were going up if they were going to stay in business at all and continue to insure schools. Number 2, they were going to change the deductible structures. So for a long time, and we're still proud of what we've done. We've done it for 10 or 15 years. Our schools have always had $50,000 to $75,000 deductibles for several years. So we've had the best rates basically with EMC when it came to what we call a per 100 premium rate. We've had some of the best rates around. And they changed the deductible structures. And so EMC came out in November and said they were going to a 1% wind and hail deductible based on the value of a building per building. So for example, if you have a $50 million high school, the deductible was going to go to $500,000. So you were used to having a $50,000 or $75,000 per occurrence, meaning that if 4 buildings got damaged, it was one deductible total for $50,000 or $75,000. The 1% wind and hail was going to be on a per building occurrence based on the value. They also implemented what they call actual cash value on buildings. So if the roof was over 15 years old and 75% of it wasn't newer than that, then they were going to put it on actual cash value, which means they were going to depreciate it. And that's very similar to like a car. So if you pay $20,000 for your car and 5 years later you total it, they're not going to give you $20,000. They're probably giving you $10,000. Well, they're doing the same thing with roofs. And they even went as far as to say that if a roof was 35 years old, they didn't even want to insure the building. And we tested the markets, looked around. There's nobody wanting to write property, particularly on schools. We've been seeing this trend for the last 5 years. It's 6 years. It started with habitational, which apartment complexes and things like that. It's gone to the warehouses, your bigger manufacturing plants. All of them, they pretty well have large deductibles, or they got wind and hail deductibles, or they're not even in the standard market. They're in the excess market for their insurance, which means the rates are like a lot higher. So just a little bit about what's going on and what's happened in the market. We did ask them for EMC. We did look at some different deductible options. We did look at the 1% wind and hail. I'm on page 5 of your deal. And we looked at what would be like if we could get a 1% wind and hail deductible just to see if we get enough premium relief. And it was not significant. It was gonna probably be $30,000 to $40,000. And when go ahead.
You might just clarify, so you talked about the 1% wind hail deductible.
Mm-hmm.
You might clarify that EMC backed off of that and came down to the 75,000.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
I'd be under the impression.
Well, they'd like to have that 1% wind and hail deductible, but they did back off. They did back off the 1% and went to a 75,000 per location deductible. So based on the number of locations that you have, it's a $75,000 per location. Now, if you have a location that has less than 75,000, then it's a regular occurrence deductible, meaning it's 75,000, but it's going to be an occurrence deductible. So if you have 3 sites get damaged and all 3 of them are under 7.5 million, it'll be one $75,000 occurrence. Otherwise, it's 75,000 per location that we have scheduled.
And I'm sorry, is that on a replacement value or actual cash basis?
Replacement. Unless the buildings, the roofs are over 15 years old, then there's an endorsement on there's going to be an endorsement on that policy that says they can change it to, when they settle out, they can go to actual cash value.
So you mean like Spring Hill Middle School or
We don't even,
elementary?
do we have roofs that are that old?
Yes,
We do?
yes, lots. Sorry,
Ah.
I hijacked that for a point.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as you think it is. As long as some of them have been,
Have they been repaired or redone? I
Yeah.
don't know. Anyway,
I don't think you have very many of them. But anyway, those are things we'll be looking through. But a lot of those you won't know till you get to claim time.
yeah.
But they put these endorsements on these policies. So there's 3 endorsements that we'll share with Doug that's happening on these policies. So when we started looking at we looked at the wind hail percentage deductible, and we decided not to even pursue it, because if you have it on there, you got your building, you've got the Spring Hill Elementary, that deductible would be $241,000 just for that one building. If you had a wind hail claim. So if it costs $500 to fix it, you're going to pay the first $241,000, $242. So we decided not to pursue that for a $30,000 or $40,000 savings. We looked at it with our other districts too, and it didn't make sense. So what we're presenting to you is a 75,000 per location deductible. Now, the cost of construction is continuing to rise a little bit. I think the pace has slowed quite a bit. So, but we did get an increase of about 9.3% in the valuation of your buildings or your blanket. You guys have what's called a blanket policy, meaning that we have an insurance value of $357 million for all your buildings and your contents and everything. If we had a claim, Spring Hill Elementary was blown off the map, even though we have $24 million for the valuation there. If it took 30 to build it, because we have a blanket policy and it's called agreed value, we could spend $30 million, which is great. So that's replacement cost, and that's what they would do. Now the roof is still subject to that actual cash value, but we still have the blanket, which is very, very important.
Is that blanket lifetime or is that per
policy year?
Per policy year.
Yeah, it'd probably be per policy year, that blanket. So if we look at that and we look at that 9% increase, when we get to the back page, you're going to see that we had about a 33% increase in the property premium. 9% of that's going to be the valuation increase. So we're getting about a 24% increase in the rate. Now, I want to talk about rate for just a moment. You guys last year had a rate of about 11.3 cents per 100. Your rate is going to go to 13.8. Now, I still believe that we're probably one of the few agencies that has 3 or 4 districts that have rates that are under 20 cents. The rest of them they're up above 20 cents. In fact, one of the neighboring school districts down the road, we think they're about 30 cents. We think they're around 30, and some of them may be higher than that. So your rate is even though you're getting a large increase, your rates are still much better than most of the other schools, if not all of them. So according to EMC, so they're pushing that rate up, and it looks like a bigger rate increase for you, but your rate is so low that it's still very, very competitive.
And it's important to note, when I heard there was a 1% on the roof, knowing that that would be a huge liability for us or risk for us, I did seek out the KSB pool, which is really the only other game in town. And they've been after our business ever since they lost our business, which I went back and looked. We switched to Elliott Insurance for the 17-18 school year. So with this renewal would be year number 8, actually. So, but anyhow, I've known Tom McGuire for a long time. We used to be insured with CBiz, which they were part of the KSB pool and still are. And they were very excited to quote us this year when I said, I'm going to need a quote from you because this could be very ugly. And he assured me that he was going to come back with a really good rate. And his rate was so high, he says, I'm not even going to turn in my numbers to you. He goes, there's no sense sharing. He goes, unless you're looking at a 70% increase, I'm not going to be in the ballpark. So, and so I've been talking with my colleagues, and this is what's happening. I mean, I'm good friends with Jimmy Hay over at Paola. They're in the same boat we are, looking at about the same increase, and they've got really good rates like we do. Lewisburg, same boat. They've got really good rates. They looked at the pool, and the pool was just incredibly high. But I do got to give a shout out to Tom McGuire. He was straightforward with me. Usually a competitor won't say, don't go with me, but he was more or less saying, I can't in good faith recommend our bid to you. So this is what we got tonight, and it's not the best news, but it is the reality of where we're at today. So anyhow, hopefully that helps.
I do just have a quick question. Looking through some of this, that the Hilltop location is still on there, and we're, I think, voting tonight to turn over that lease.
Okay.
So
we'll take it off.
That'll make a huge difference.
It'll help. Any
It
little
will
bit helps.
save us tens of cents.
So, I will tell you this, my cousin works up at Olathe, and Olathe went from a 1% to a 2% wind and hail deductible per building with travelers.
Wow.
Yeah. So, our rates are good. We know it's a big increase, but we know we're still competitive on the rates compared to the rest of the industry.
So hold on, I just want to, that was a lot of information, young man. I just want to make sure that we are still covered for buildings that have roofs over 15 years old.
Yes.
Okay, currently we are.
But that's actual cash value, not replacement value.
So the way they did this thing is it's just an endorsement on the policy, and it just comes out and it's got an endorsement for every location that says it's called the 15-year endorsement. And it just says that they will go to actual cash value if they're over 15 years old. Yeah. Now, I still believe, and Rick and I are kind of wondering what happens when we have our first claim, but that will still be subject to what happens with the adjusters. I believe that it'll all come down to school providing information on when the roof was replaced, maybe when it was updated. What did they do in the update? Because sometimes Rick and I believe that some of the updates that they're doing on these roofs, these new coatings that they put on these roofs, they're coming with a 25, even up to a 50-year warranty. So they ought to be considered new roofs, even though they didn't tear the roof off and replace it. So we think that that'll be the next challenge. Probably when you start having some claims, there'll be some jockeying for position and challenges there to try to get those roofs covered as replacement costs. And if you continue to take care of your roofs like your folks do, and you do sections, most of them don't do the whole roof in 1 year. They do sections at a time. Mm-hmm. And so once you hit that 75%,
then you get back to
they should be replacement costs. Rick, you got something to add to that?
I was just gonna say, Nicole, so if it's over 15 years old, you still have coverage, but instead of the roof being 15 years old and it flows off and we're gonna pay to put a brand new roof on it, it's 15 years old, and let's say, for example, simple math is a 30-year life expectancy roof, and it's 15 years old, you're gonna get 50 cents on the dollar, right? So they're gonna depreciate it, and they're gonna pay you, in theory, the life that's left in that product. So you still have coverage, but it is gonna be a reduced loss settlement if the roof's over 15 years old.
Okay, perfect.
And again, remember, we have a 75,000 location deductible that we also have to meet.
Yes, yes.
So in this environment, we're seeing huge risk transfer to the insurers. Where it used to almost be 100%. I mean, there was a lot of, Jay talked about how we've encouraged you guys to use our districts, larger districts, to use bigger deductibles to help keep your pricing down. And also so that we're not turning in small claims, so we have a really good claim record, right? But there were some districts just a couple of years ago that still had $2,500 occurrence deductibles and full replacement cost. So basically, that was 100% risk transfer to the insurance carriers. The days of that are gone. We're not going to probably ever see that again. The insurance carriers are going to continue to push more transfer of risk to the insurers, along with continuing to drive rate up until profitability comes back in the industry.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. At one point you said they were considering not insuring buildings over 15 years. Is that,
If they were 35 years old,
I'm sorry, say that one.
if the roof was 35 years old,
35.
they were
Okay.
not going to insure it, the building at all,
The building.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Any of it.
which is luckily for you guys that if you keep your roofs up, they were going to insure the building, but you got some older districts out there and small districts that just don't have the financial resources to be able to do that stuff. They're kind of more reactive than they are proactive.
Mhm.
So.
Okay, thank you. I was
Yeah.
a little concerned. I was like, we probably need to start planning if it was the 15, but 35 makes more sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the property? So what I'd like to do next is let's jump to page 19. I'm gonna jump to the work comp. Not 19, I'm sorry, 20, page 20. So your workers' compensation, you guys have had some of the lowest. What's 20 on this one I got with Doug? Yeah, mine's 19 too. So it's 20. So anyway, so you guys have had some of the lowest rates in the work comp that we've experienced with our schools. And at one time, I believe we were down to about 0.54, which was one of the lowest that I'd ever seen. Now we have creeped up a little bit over the past couple of years, and we were up to a 0.72 last year. And we're going to go to a 0.79, which is about a 9.7% increase. However, when we get back to the premium's only going up 3%, which means the company, number one, the rates have dropped for that classification, custodial, clerical. That rate might have dropped a little bit, or they've given some additional premium discount to offset that. So the actual premium's only going up 3%, whereas the actual experience mod went up 9.7.
So the experience mod, like if you have a big claim, right, that goes up, is there anything that we have that's gonna like drop off next year, or do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not
I don't
thinking
know
of,
that we have any big claims out there right now.
because if you have a big claim, it stays on there for 3 years.
3 years, yeah.
Yeah, it stays on 3 years, yeah. So we might have one that's like 2 years old, so we got another year with it. But we don't have any really large claims.
Yeah, it's been a couple months since we looked at it, but yeah, I don't remember seeing anything real huge that we could circle and go, well, I can't wait till we drop that one off.
Yeah.
But a lot of smaller ones.
Your experience mod. So you start out at $1. So what if it's $3 per 100 to insure a custodian? That's what you start at. As you get experience, and if you have no claims, then you get a discount. So you guys get about a 21% discount next year right off the rate. So it's just straight off the rate, you get a 21% down to 0.79. In addition, the company's also giving you a discount, what's called a premium discount, which gives them the ability to vary from their pricing. They can vary. And if you have good experience, they're going to give you bigger premium discounts. So you will have a premium discount there also. The third factor is you guys have a $2,500 deductible. So every claim, you pay the first $2,500. Well, that helps keep those mods in check, but it also helps make you more aware of your claims. And it does, they give you a credit for taking on the deductible. So you get a nice little credit off your premium for taking on the deductible too. So you have a very good program. You know, it seems like it's going up a lot, but it's 0.79 is a great mod. And that's a testament to your safety and your importance of safety in your district.
So question, because our custodial is one of the areas where we're using contracted labor, right? Kylie, you said we're using some. Would any claims on those contractors fall on our workman's comp or their company's workman's comp?
I'm not sure what your contract requires, whether you're required to put them under your work comp. I don't know that we are.
That isn't.
We'll do a little research into that. I'm not sure what your contract says, Kylie.
Well, and going down that same road, I was surprised that there was only one entity under our named insured list. So.
Well, and that one was because of Hilltop, because they're the owners of Hilltop. So.
Yeah, I was surprised that we didn't have
Right,
anybody else
that
as
day
a
3
name
that was on there, wasn't that?
on our policy.
Phil, do
We
you know?
can look further into that, but I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
From what I understand, they're covered under their own company. So if anything happens to them, it's on the company's dime for whatever occurred. So,
Hey, Kylie, while you're here,
yes.
do we have any roofs over 15 years?
Yes and no. And the reason I say yes and no is because we have some roofs that are older than 15 years old, but we put a cap on top of that extended the life for 10 years.
Okay.
So yes, underneath of that, it is older than 15 years old, but the cap extended the life of that roof for 10 years. So
Physically, now let's ask the insurers, did that extend the coverage of the life of the roof for another 10 years?
Sounds like the $1 million question.
That would be the $1 million question at claim time.
It might be a $1 million question.
Yeah, it might. Again, I think it'll all be depend on the adjusters.
I believe, my opinion is that if that product is warranty and it extends the life by warranty by 10 years, then that extends the life of the roof and or reduces it by the 10-year period.
We will go to bat with you.
yeah, I just want to be clear. That high school is 17 years old, that roof, Prairie Creek. That's 17 years old too. And then Early Childhood Center is coming up. I'm sorry.
Keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, when Prairie Creek had that fire, didn't we replace the roof?
No, not completely. A portion of it on the end, but.
Okay.
And then Early Childhood Center 2 is coming up on 15 years as well. So.
And middle? Or did we completely replace middle or did we just do
So
the same?
Spring
coverage?
Hill Middle School is the one that has that 10-year cap on
It has a cap on it as well,
Yes.
because,
Yeah.
the two legacies have caps. Yeah, because my count, I think we have 4 or 5 roofs that would be argued by an adjuster.
Okay.
So questions on the deductible? Well, let's go down to the premium page, which is page number 24. And before I start on the premiums, you guys can see them all right there, but I want to tell you a little bit about the commercial auto. So the auto market has continued to trend upward, and I'm sure with your personal auto, you're all seeing it you're seeing increases in your premiums. And what's happened is when for some reason we got into a case of where we had a shortage of parts, and now the price of parts has gone really high. And the bigger the vehicle, the higher cost the parts are. And of course, labor has gone up. So there is a unprecedented cost to fix a vehicle. If you have a deer collision or anything like that, it's very expensive. your premiums have trended upward a little bit, and part of that is because you have the enterprise system and all your vehicles have full coverage on them. And so that's going to trend up, and those are newer vehicles, and that trended part of your premium up. So you got about a 17% increase, but part of that's that we traded those out for newer vehicles. They got full coverage on them. We don't have as many vehicles that just had liability only on them that we've had in the past. But there is a trend in the market, with claims on autos and things like that, that the costs have gone high. And I believe liability claims have gotten kind of out of hand too. The liability claims are starting to affect the market also. But
you're saying we have full coverage even on our equipment, our trucks that we have out of Kylie's shop? The old work trucks?
Some of the older ones we may not, but almost all of them have full coverage.
Okay.
If you look back through your agenda, it'll show you which ones have full coverage. When you go back in the pages there, back to the auto section, it'll have every one of what it has and what the deductible is. I didn't go to spend the time to go, to walk you through all of those vehicles, but there's a whole list of all your vehicles. Now to the premium. So guys, we're looking at about a 25% increase. We will spend some time with Doug, and we will spend some time going through this a little bit. It will not be any higher than this. If anything, we'll try to find any ways we can to lower it. We're looking at some protection class things, fire protection class. We'll look at to make sure we got everything right and got values of what these guys would like to see or you guys would like to see. We'll look through all the values of the buildings and everything just to make sure that something isn't overvalued. We'll look at everything we can, and we'll spend a little time over the next week looking at that. But we're looking at about a 25% overall increase between last year's premium and this year's premium. And I'm sorry, it's a lot of money. It's 137,000 or something, I believe. And I hate to bring you that kind of news, but I also want to tell you that I still think your rates are really good, and we're very lucky.
Thanks.
Because I think some of them we wouldn't be so lucky. So, questions?
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Couple of things, just going back through the list. I mean, we do have comprehensive on like our 2007 Econo line. I'm not sure we need comprehensive on 2007 Econo line, but.
Yeah, we'll look through all those. See, once we got the quote, when we get the quote from EMC, we actually have all the individual premiums for every one of those vehicles.
Yeah.
We'll provide that to Doug and these guys to look at.
Or our 1985 tandem might not need comprehensive, but that's just me. I did have a question actually for the other Mr. Elliott on the cyber coverage, because some of the cyber, he didn't hear me talking about him. Mr. Elliott, can I ask a question? I was looking through the cyber coverage numbers, and I'm looking for a warm fuzzy feeling that these are numbers that really would let us get back up and live and running.
I can't help you with that warm fuzzy.
Okay, because it just some of it seemed a little light to me, but in terms of coverage numbers, but
this is a token policy.
Well, and that's part of my concern, that I thought it was a token policy and didn't reflect truly. I mean, because the numbers are big. If something happened, much bigger than this, I should not feel warm and fuzzy is the look you're giving me.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I don't know that if you think the rates that Mr. Hester just presented to you scares you, then to get a warm fuzzy on cybersecurity, buckle up.
Well, no, the cyber number was it wasn't that bad.
Well, I know, but in order to get the dollar figure that really take to do it.
In terms of liabilities that we face, while storms are damaging and horrific and all that kind of stuff, there's a storm of cyber problems happening all the time. And I think we might be a little remiss if we don't investigate that. It's my personal opinion.
The application that we filled out.
The cyber policy that CBIZ was working on for us, because the pool has kind of a base plan they use. I want to say it was going to be at least 50 or 60,000 just for that policy. It'd have a lot more teeth to it But the questions, Phil wasn't he didn't want to fill them out because quite honestly, by filling out those questions, anybody would know exactly what to do to attack us. So we said, what can you, as we give you this application, what assurances can you provide that this isn't going to be shared somewhere on the dark web that we get attacked? And they said, wow, we've never been asked that question before. They were kind of amazed. But they said this would only go to our underwriters and nobody else. And they assured us that it would be safe. So.
Yeah.
But cyber policies, you can spend you can spend a fortune on.
Your token, you're one of the things, if you look down this cyber limit, down to that cyber extortion, you've got $25,000. That's what he means by the token policy.
I know.
And the bigger one policies, if you want $1 million, it's going to cost you, $1
million, a district our size.
I can probably get you one for
3 to 5
25,000 maybe. It'll be about 25,000, but they're going to come with deductibles on them too. And they're going to want to, then they're going to want to see certain things done. They're going to want to know that you're doing certain things with your technology before they.
Yeah. And honestly, that's a very good thing that they want to, the commercial industry, make sure that we're doing the things that are going to keep us safe, which I believe Mr. Elliott, not that Mr. Elliott, is already doing to make us successful. But it still scares the bejeebies out of me. Quite frankly, much more than a tornado or a car wreck.
Well, if
Part of the reason I've already given you my retirement date.
I know, and that's that's honestly kind of why I'm going down this road, because I feel very comfortable for the next, how many days is it, Phil?
Oh,
360.
Okay.
we do have several markets and we're happy to look into that. If you guys would like to pursue
my
it.
note would be me personally, this isn't the will of the board, and you can nod if you agree. I would be very interested in seeing a much more robust cyber policy in next year. Personally, I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
And I think that the difficulty with that is we need some parameters around that, because your definition of robust and mine and Jay's and Rick's are all going to be different. And the reason I say that is, what is it that we're trying to ensure? And I'll give you a few examples of what I'm talking about. Are we trying to worry about that extortion money? Well, the FBI says don't pay it. And so, and our directive is, if we would have an incident, the very first call we make is to them. Right? And we're supposed to follow their lead going forward. Now, I've been in enough discussions with enough school districts that have had this challenge and other government agencies to know what really happens, but that is still what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So is it that extortion money? Is it the liability to pay for the data leaks? Is it the recovery? And so I think that that's one of the challenges I've always had with these cyber policies is, very rarely do I find one that checks all the boxes, right? Most of the time they've got the big extortion number and that's what they're advertising. But they're also you're going to spend exponential more to be able to get their policy, because in order for them to have that big extortion number, they're requiring a whole bunch more check boxes, right?
Well, and since we're a public agency, all this stuff is public. So would that open you up to more risk if they know there's a big?
It's actually funny
Yeah.
you bring that extortion piece. I won't say the school district, but a Kansas school district that had one recently. One of their biggest challenges for the entire process was educating the bad actors that their budget that's posted on their website isn't cash in the bank.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's where they come up with their percentage that they want to charge is based on that public budget. So they spent the majority of their time just explaining Kansas school budgets to these people for the hour that their time's worked out,
But to answer your question directly, my personal preference is not to pay any extortions.
Right.
Take all the bricks, throw them out and put new servers in the racks and let them, but that's a whole different discussion.
And that's how we've designed the system that we have today, is for that that would be the reaction that we are prepared to implement.
Yeah, we would take last good backup, brick everything and bring in. And that's kind of where I'm going, which is I still don't think that the numbers that we have cover.
Oh, no.
And that is what I would be, me personally, interested in seeing. going forward, but kind of one of the things I didn't say here is that if those things, if we suffer a cyber attack, school stops happening,
Correct.
kind of full stop. Am I misspeaking here? Somebody,
At least temporarily until alternate plans are developed, but yes.
and so getting servers on back order, I mean, it's a multi-week thing.
This discussion, something that for safety reasons, we shouldn't be having right here.
Yeah, but I would also.
No, these are realities that everybody
Yeah,
faces.
but what I would suggest is, I think to move forward, I think you guys need to communicate to Dr. Luttrell the kinds of topics that you're interested in, and like I said, we can work together and come up with some options. And if you've got anything to follow up, Jay, please.
The only thing I would say is, another piece to the cyber that can come with the more robust policies, or even through your crime policy, is the computer funds and transfer fraud. Somebody initiates a transfer or tricks you into transferring money out. But initiates a transfer out of your account. And it's happened in some few of the schools and the municipalities where they've transferred out and paid payrolls down in Atlanta, Georgia, and things like that. So that's one, you've got $250,000 worth of coverage there, but that's in the crime policy. But you can also buy them through the cyber policies too. And that's a pretty, the extortion, computer funds and transfer fraud, they're pretty important coverages. So I agree with Phil. I mean, tell us what you want, look at, and we'll go out and try to find that policy.
Okay.
Point well taken, though. This is cyber coverage that your property and casualty company, EMC, is offering as part of their package. So it is not the most robust. There are standalone cyber markets that have much richer policies. You got to go through the application process, then you got the premium associated with it. And then, as Jay mentioned, there are certain things that you have to do to comply with the terms of their underwriting requirements, but not bad things necessarily. They're good things. So, our takeaway will be to work on some standalone options for you in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't. Okay. If there's not further questions, the intention is to bring this back as much as you can get it nailed down for our June 24th meeting for action. So in the meantime, if we have questions, we need to get them answered in between this.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so moving on to future discussion items. There's a few updates that have been put on that list. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to that? Okay. Moving on to the board work calendar. Not exactly sure where we're at on that. There's some discussion items that look like they're supposed to be tonight that probably need to be moved to the 24th. I don't know how much we're using this for board agendas because it doesn't look like we're using much. So we maybe need to have a discussion of how we want to use this again. Does anybody have any other comments about the board work calendar?
Candy and Rich, are you guys keeping track of what we typically do and when we're out of?
Yes, I do. I use this work calendar to make the agendas typically the week before we send out the skeleton to you guys, and then things get moved depending on
Right,
if
because we had a
directors
lot
are
of
ready.
stuff that kind of came up. Okay.
Yeah, the only kind of comment question, since we're coming to the end of this, and so it'll get reworked for the next year, one of the things that I think we had talked about looking for was having an understanding of what items here were statutory hard dates versus regular dates.
Yep.
And getting that in there.
And we do, and starting on the next meeting, the 24th, we will actually have for the next fiscal year, the task calendar. And we also have the actual statutorial calendar that aligns with that, you can go to, that's just, you can count on these dates for this. And then the task calendar will incorporate those as we go through, but also the other items that come up from time to time, like the scores table and curriculum, things of that nature. And except Candy and Rachel especially did a lot of work getting that statutorial piece ready.
So there's two different links on there and I think they're two different things. Looks like.
The problem was reading through the statutes. I acquired a list of statutes that apply to school district and then tried to apply them to what our calendar items.
Mhm.
So there's still some that need to be assigned,
Gotcha.
but I can only read statutes just for so many hours.
Right.
Sure. Well, and just the general understanding of what a statutory item is, just looking at this, and I'm picking something at random, the milk bid. I have no idea whether there's a statutory date around that because it's not, I know there's not, but there's no differentiating between what is a statutory thing and what is a non-statutory thing. It's more specifically what.
Maybe just if it could be coded somehow or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, moving on to Board of Education member reports. Does anyone have anything? It's not a real busy time of year for that sort of thing. Superintendent report. Dr. Luttrell.
Again, rather brief, and we did have a very nice graduation ceremony for Spring Hill High School on May 18th. We conferred over 200 diplomas. That'll be probably one of the times that you'll see in the near future. Our numbers will continue to increase with the number of diplomas, but again, everyone, I think we had all members in attendance and went really well. And again, in large part goes to, the graduates knew what their role was, as well as the excellent planning that our high school administration goes through to make that event go smoothly, as well as our custodial staff, maintenance staff, getting things ready, as well as our technology staff to make sure that we had good amplification and so forth. Just a total team effort. The week before that, we had our Insight graduation through the virtual school. And by the time all was said and done, 168 graduates this year, in terms of the ones that are not adult learners, received diplomas this year in the class of 2024 for the Insight School. And then we held our annual.
Do you have an idea of how many of the adult learners were there? 30 some or something like that? 35 or something like that?
Yes, the audit, because there was like 196, 193 altogether. So
Close to
yes,
30.
there was about between 30 and 40 of those were adult learners. We held our annual staff recognition reception this year on the 21st of May. It was kind of in a new format. This year it was held in the afternoon, late afternoon. This year was at Forest Spring. I think it went for the very well for the first time that we did that. I know, again, several of our Board of Education members were able to attend. But again, it went very well. We recognized everything from the Horizon Award winners to the Teacher of the Year nominees, winners to our Employees of the Year in certain categories, as well as years of service to the district. And of course, as always, the well-deserved recognition of our retirees. But again, overall, we got good feedback. We had well over 200 individuals that attended that for the first year of doing that. And this format really worked well. We'll continue to refine that. Then our last student attendance day was Thursday, the May 23rd. It's been a few weeks, but and then not to rain on anybody's parade because no one is counting, but we have about 63 calendar days until the first student attendance day of our 24-25 school year. That's my superintendent's report.
Good. Okay, we need, thank you. I think it was a good year, so glad to be moving on to the next one. We do need a couple of executive sessions. So the first one is an executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters. Are we going to do that one first of non-elected personnel or the employer-employee negotiations one first? I thought we were
We would-
doing, I guess.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I have it ready to do. The easiest one to do first to get it out of the way would be the classified staff employee list for recommendations for next year. Then go into the review the negotiation agreed upon product. Then go to looking at what we want to do compensation wise for classified staff, then administrators, and then if there's time to look at the superintendent contract piece, but that would be the order that I would.
Okay, so
Which one?
I think I think 1401 is the one that we'll start with.
That sounds awesome. Madam President, I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personal matters and non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interest of an identifiable individual under coma. Those to be in this session include the Board of Education members, superintendent of schools, and others as requested. The executive session is to begin at 8:40 with the opening meeting resuming no later than
9:10.
9:10.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for the purpose stated by the mover, Mr. Chitwood. Please collect the vote.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
approved.
Madam President, I move to extend the executive session to begin at 9:11 and end no later than 9:31.
Second.
Rachel, please. Sorry, she's chewing on her mint. Sorry, I'm in your way.
You might collect the vote, please.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
approved.
Madam President, I move that the board go into executive session to discuss for employee negotiations under COMA. Those to be in the session include the Board of Education members, the superintendent of school, and other administrators as required. The executive session is to begin at 9:34, with the open meeting resuming no later than 10 at this place.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Please collect the vote.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
approved.
This,
Madam President, I move to extend the executive session until 11 PM. I'm dead serious. I don't want to come back for this.
well, hold on, is it for this one topic or is it for this topic and the second?
Yeah, I think we just need like 20 minutes.
I don't.
No, can we,
Somebody else make a
can we
motion.
combine the two? If we combine the two, then I agree with the hour.
No, this is the only 14.02 is the only thing we've got.
Yeah.
It has to all be under that.
Okay. Second,
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
approved.
Are we live?
Everybody.
Okay, we're back in session and we have 4 action items that we need to address tonight. The first one is approved classified personnel for the 2024-2025 school year as recommended by the superintendent. So we need a motion for that.
Madam President, I move to approve 15.01 as presented.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hey, Rachel, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Horn? Mr.
Yes.
Sorry. Mr. Chitwood?
Yes.
Mrs. Milius?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Hull?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, moving on to 15.02, approved negotiated agreement between the Spring Hill Education Association and USD 230.
Madam President, I move to approve 15.02 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the negotiated agreement between Spring Hill Education Association and USD 230 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, please collect the vote.
Mr. Chitwood?
Yes.
Mrs. Milius?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Hull?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, moving on to 15.03, approving salary enhancements for USD 230 classified staff as recommended for the 2024-2025 school year.
Madam President, I move to approve 15.03 as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded twice to approve salary enhancements for classified staff as recommended. Mrs. Henderson, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Milius?
No.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Hull?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood?
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, moving on to 15.04. This is improving salary enhancements for administrators and directors, not including the superintendent.
Madam President, I move to approve an average of 5.2% salary increases for 15.0 for the persons named in 15.04.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Rachel, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Hull?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood?
Yes.
Mrs. Milius?
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, and then we have 15.05 on the agenda, but we will need a motion to table that to the next, our next meeting.
But I don't think. Okay, well, Madam President, I moved. Oh, I see it.
Oh, okay.
If no one motions.
Yeah, nobody motions it just don't.
We could just say no action was taken.
Okay, no action was taken. Okay,
But
then-
I do that.
okay, no, that's okay. Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.